Good evening. How are we all? Yeah, I forgot to put the ping in Discord, sorry. It's amazing how many of you turned up despite not having a ping. Gold star for everyone that managed it. I'm being healthy tonight, I'm drinking water. Oh, wow, that's some dedication, Zogbox. So we will be working on the thing that I dislike the most, which is UIs. I don't like working on UIs, I never have. But that's what we're going to do. Right, so for a start, we're on the wrong level. Actually, it might be worth demonstrating while I'm here. So over the past 2 days, I've been working on optimizations. I've got another computer next to me with a 1050 Ti in it, and I'm using that as my optimization rig. And I'm trying to squeeze like every single FPS out of it that I can. So with things like the nanite tessellation for the carpets and such, there are certain things that you can do which improve the performance. Like it's like nanite dot. Where is it? Can't find it. I think it's like dicing, right? Is it dicing or is it nanite? How is it? Tessellation, dicing rate. Yeah, nanite dicing rate. So I can't remember what the default is, but so if you give it a value of 1, it causes some artifacts and significantly increases the GPU load. So if we look at the nanite vis buffer up here, you can see it's costing 1.3, 1.4 milliseconds. Now if we set that dicing rate to something like 8, we can see that the nanite vis buffer is now only costing 0.68 milliseconds. So we are significantly reducing the cost of doing the tessellation. The trade-off seems to be not much, really. You can definitely see like the accuracy of the tessellation changes. Like if I put it up to something stupid like 16, you can see we've lost some definition on the tessellation. If we put it back to 1, like over here, you can see it's a lot more peaky. I've tried it on other tessellated materials, and it gets a little bit more blended with a higher dicing rate. But there's also a sweet spot, because if we do set it to 16, you can see that the vis buffer cost has gone back up again. So like between 4 and 8 seems to be the sweet spot. I tend to leave it around 8 for best performance. But it's little things like that. I've just been going through like every aspect of the engine and just basically tweaking all the switches and dials and just trying to literally squeeze every last millisecond I can out of it. Sorry everyone, we need to start again because Delta was late. It's alright, it's normally me that's late, so we're fine. Yeah, so it's all things like that, and I'll be rolling all of those into the settings menu, which is the thing that we need to be working on. So for that, we need our main menu. Yeah, exactly. It's got extra smarts in it apparently. So what I want to do with the graphics options specifically, let's go switch to that particular page. Which page is it? Is it 3? 3, 2, 1. I want to start splitting this up. So on this page, you can see that we've got a panel for the actual options themselves, and then we have a panel for just a description for what each of those are. And I need to make this so that it works with keyboard, controller, mouse, and VR motion controllers. So this needs to basically have support for every input method that we can think of. So yes, I'll be doing that as part of this. The reason the save button doesn't work, by the way, is simply because it's covered up. But yeah, we'll be fixing that. See this green box? Because the green box is overlapping here. It's capturing the mouse input, which means it can't hit save. Easily fixed. Yeah, so I think the best way of doing this, because I want to be able to, like on the mouse, on the keyboard or like an Xbox controller, I want to be able to use the controller D-pad, for example, to go down through the options and then press left or right to change the options. So we need to have it highlight which particular option you're on, and similar for mouse and keyboard, up, down, left, right to change the options. Whilst retaining the ability to also click on the arrows with the mouse or move the slider with the mouse. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit fiddly. I think rather than relying on the built-in tab order, which it does support, I think I'm going to write my own system whereby we store which menu item you're on. So I'm going to have to give each of them an ID, and then we'll track which ID is currently active, so that when we press left and right, we know which option we're dealing with, so which ID we're firing the left and right input at. It's probably the cleanest way of doing that. Yes, Delta, that is the plan. So a lot of people want mouse and keyboard control in VR. So we're going to have to make it so that the mouse basically does the rotation of the VR pawn, and then moving your head around does just the actual camera work, and obviously WASD to move the character about. So we can do that. The main problem with that is interacting with things. So we'd have to have a line trace coming from the camera. So if you want to press a button with the mouse and keyboard, you'll have to literally stare directly at the button in order to register the mouse click. So we can do that, and the same that would work with an Xbox controller as well. Obviously, motion controllers are a lot more intuitive, but if you want to just sit in the chair and do it with a mouse and keyboard, we can at least make it work up to a point. Yeah, we do. Maybe the chicken gun. Right, so where to start with this? I suppose the best thing to do at the minute, if I just bring up our test map, let's just make sure that the controller itself is working, because it's been on my floor for a while. But is it even there? Yeah. Tangle of wires as always. Right. We have a controller. Don't know whether it's plugged in. We'll find out. Nay, it is not plugged in. That we can fix. I did the whole having to put the USB in 3 times. It's tradition. Right, there we go. So we have... Ooh. Yeah, the reason that there's a flashy thing in front of the character's face is because... Which key was near that? I put a Halloween hat in for Claire. There you go. That's Claire's Halloween hat. It's very pretty. Now that I've added a socket for hats on the character, we can add, well, any hat really. But yeah, so that controller's working. Huzzah, huzzah. I think we need to do something about the dead zone. Yeah, I'm not touching anything right now, so a bit of a dead zone issue. Fine, doesn't matter for now. Right, so now we know the controller works, we can start capturing some inputs for the menu. Yeah, it's the sorting hat. The sorting hat before it got all tatty. What's the best way of doing this? I suppose current. We make that an integer. Then we need each one of each menu option to have an ID associated with it, which means we're going to need a custom event here. Actually, no, we need a direction there, don't we? So we'll do our up, down, left, right. I suppose it'd be cleaner to make an enum, wouldn't it? So let's do that. So we've got controller up, controller down, controller left, controller right, controller enter, controller back. And we use the this as well, so we can double it up. So we just need to make that on here. So that's controller input, and then we shall switch on enum, and then we know what we're doing. So usually better to use an enum than something like an integer, because you could actually like see which option is which rather than having to remember what number 3 was. Captain Blasterho, we don't use any skybox really. I mean, I've got a static like NASA HDRI for the actual backdrop of the Milky Way, but that's only a temporary measure until we have a volumetric Milky Way. The star field and all the planets and nebulas are all fully real-time. You can see one here. Yeah, so this is the static texture that you're looking at. It's literally just a literal skybox, just a NASA image, and I've dialed down the brightness a lot, just so it's literally just some background detail. I don't actually have any of the other actors loaded on this one, but yeah, all the nebulas and things are all generated procedurally and all 3D, so it's not a static skybox. It might be me looking at and then away from the mic, AJ. We had that problem a while back. I thought we'd fixed it. But yeah, let me know if it changes. Let me check my volumes. Seems quiet enough. Is that any better? Am I louder? It's going into the yellow, so it must be loud enough. Okay. So the menu is now 3D. So it was a 2D overlay. It's now a 3D object in the world, and we park the camera in front of it because it has to work with VR as well as first person. So because we have the ability just to play in VR without having a separate client, it means that every single menu has to be physically 3D in the world. Otherwise, VR doesn't like it. So I'm hoping. Actually, let's go back and check our inputs. Should be these ones. Yeah, so we need to set up some input actions for the controller inputs. It's been a while since I've worked with these. Okay, so we've got like next, previous, and all that. So why do we have previous and back? That seems superfluous. Okay, we can work with that. So yeah, so we're using a separate controller for this, for the main menu. And we are loading menu default, so that's definitely the one we're loading. So we need to add some mappings on here then. So we want menu next. Oh, actually, yeah, we got the tabs as well, haven't we? That's a good point. Forgot about the tabs. Let's make sure we've got that catered for. That's weird. Normally it's all right. Hang on, let me check a minute. Is that better? For some reason the input gain was all the way down there. Hello, hello. Yeah, that usually works, Jason. Okay. It doesn't look like it's clipping or anything, so hopefully that's better. Perhaps that's it, yeah. What were we doing? Inputs, that's what we were doing. Right, so menu next, menu previous. Right, so we want to make sure that we fire them with controller. And we don't want the generic one, do we? As a non-console player, I never know what the natural key presses are. I guess like A is always enter, isn't it? Like B is back. But like, is it better to use the thumbstick or the D-pad for the menus? I suppose I could just set it up with both, couldn't I? So left thumbstick to the right. We'll also add D-pad right. Actually, no, this is... Yeah, because we're going up and down, not left and right, aren't we? So actually we want down. So it's game, left thumbstick down, and then it's D-pad down. And the previous one would be thumbstick up. We will add key customization to this relatively soon. So these are just my ill-considered defaults. Menu apply also needs to have gamepad. Face button bottom, that should be A. The menu back should be face button right, which should be B. Let's do next and previous for now, just to test with. I really need to change the name of this blueprint interface, because I'm used to just typing print and having print string be the default, but because I created that, it's now using that as the default. It catches me out every single time. So up, down. I haven't, but I can. Pretty sure these should actually be plugged into started. Oh, it's funny. I keep talking about how you learn something new every day. Like the other day I learned you can hold down control and move pins around. Who'd have thought it? I always do that. I didn't realise you could just hold control and move them. It's the little things that make life happy. Alright, so should be generating some kind of response. Which we did not. Interesting. Ignore that, that's just the arrow. Okay, I was hoping we could process the input actions directly from the widget, but I'm guessing it's not going to allow us. So in that case, we'll have to do it from that. Actually, no. Can we do it from there? Guessing no, but let's give it a quick try. No. Right, okay, so it's going to have to go in the pawn. I guess that makes sense that it would be in the pawn. Which means I'm going to have to then push those input actions through to the controller, to the menu even. Or make them global broadcasts, that might be easier. It's interesting, I'm not seeing any log spam. As far as I'm aware, we shouldn't need any triggers or anything. Normally this shouldn't be needed, but just try it a sec. just to rule out it being the gamepad, let's just add keyboard control to this as well. So if we add keyboard S, and we'll also add keyboard down. Keyboard W, keyboard up. So input action menu next, we're on the right. Mapping context. Input action menu next. Input action menu next. Okay, so they're definitely on there. Definitely want it to trigger when paused. It's already got pressed as a trigger there anyway. Make sure I'm not killing screen messages here. Ah, that was it. Where up and down flipped? Did I flip them? So the keyboard down is correct, keyboard S is correct, keyboard W is correct, keyboard up is correct, gamepad down is up, thumbstick down is up. All right. What's going on there? Definitely down. They're not. They're not mirrored, so that's weird. Weird. So left thumbstick down, D-pad down, and it's with S and down, so those two are correct. This is correct, and that's correct. So why is it inverting the input? We don't have any modifiers, because if we had negate on there, that would invert it. I suppose. Let's just negate it then. This seems wrong, but I'll do it as a test. Unless it treats up and down the opposite to what I'm thinking it is. I mean, you'd think down would be towards you when holding a controller, wouldn't you? Because like you're holding it in front of you, down should be down. Oh, thank you, Stardust. Very much appreciated. Oh, that's weird. Now the keyboard's inverted as well. What? Did I change the keyboard? No, they're not negated. What's going on? There, nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. Clear, 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 clear. And I have a suspicion I'm disabling the screen messages in here somewhere. Or somewhere. Okay, so weirdly, the keyboard and the gamepad are now in sync, but both of them are inverted for reasons unknown. Ah, because this is wrong. Next is down, isn't it? Right, so they're actually both doing the correct thing. I just had those wrong. As long as they both are doing the same thing, that's what's important. So next is down, triggered, previous is up. Right. So now that we've got that working, we need to add some boxes on here, just to highlight each option. And I guess we'll go with the hovered. I suppose actually if we start from the actual menu itself. So we need, just thinking actually this is a separate widget, and we're keeping it a separate widget because it's used in both the main menu and the pause menu. So rather than having to duplicate all the work here twice, we're just pulling in that same widget in both instances. But it does mean that it's a child object of whatever the master widget is. So rather than accessing it directly, we will need to fire a global event. That's probably the cleanest way of capturing the input. Let's just get rid of some of these tabs a minute. In Unreal 5.6, they've moved the place where you specify where the actual widget is. They've moved it all the way down here to the bottom. Why would they move it? I liked it where it was. Okay, so we'll hide that, show that. So if we're dealing with a pop-up, that needs to be button 0. Which also means that we're going to have to store the current menu ID on the pawn. Because if we're skipping between different widgets, we need to know what menu we're currently on, which means we need to tell the pawn which ID it's sending. Right, so let's just make so current menu item. Make that our integer, and we'll have that as 0. Actually, we'll have that as, if we keep 0 as none, so like nothing is currently active if it's 0, which means so if you press like A or enter when it's 0, then nothing happens. So if you then press like a directional button on the controller, then we'll move to, like if you press down, we'll move to the first item. If you press up, we'll move to the last item. And that needs to be on a per page basis. So we also need to know what page we're on. So we also need a current menu page. I'm just trying to get the logic in my head. So if we treat the pop-up at the beginning as page 0, then when we press up and down on the controller, then there is only one button that's available. So we know that we need to select that button. If we're on, say, page 1, which can be the main menu itself, then up and down need to select different targets in that instance. So the page that we're on will define where the cursor goes, essentially, when you press up and down. So there needs to be a combination of the two. So yeah, so we'll default that to 0. We'll default that to 0. Which means we need to do the logic here. So if we do menu next, then we need to get our page. See, yeah, I'm going to make that an enum as well, because again, using a numerical identifier for each page means that I'm going to forget which number relates to which. So let's just make it an enum. Because why not? So if we're going to name this correctly, it should be that. So the first page is pop-up. Then we have main menu. Then we have new game, multiplayer, settings, that's going to need controls as well. Obviously we can add and edit this as required. Right, so that needs to be enum menu pages. Yeah, we don't need to check, we haven't done anything with it yet. Stop it. Oh, it did not like that. Okay, even though I told it not to do it, it's still doing it in the background. Are we back? Right then. So we've pressed next. Pressed previous. So we need to check, first of all, what page are we on? And then assign our menu items accordingly. Now I could make these enums as well and kind of describe each button, but we'll try using an integer and see whether or not I get confused or not. So this one's simple. If we're on the pop-up, oh yeah, of course, and then we also need to, I know we know which button we've pressed because we're on there, so we'll just set that to menu item 0, 1. So that's our first numbered button. This does mean that we need to give each page, if it has a selection of menu items, we need to have some kind of consistent flow, like numerical flow, because if we're going to use like +1 and -1 to go up and down the menu, then obviously we need to know how many there are and what their IDs are. So it might be worth just ensuring that we have room enough to add additional menu items in the future. You don't want to leave ourselves without any menu number space. So maybe if we go up in hundreds, so like single digits for the pop-up, so then the main menu is like 101, 102, 103, and then like the new game menu would be like 201, 202, 203, and then 301, 302, 303 accordingly, so that we're using we're bracketing it by hundreds, so essentially that gives us 100 possible buttons in each menu without any overlap. This is going to get huge, so we're going to have to collapse some of this into collapsed graphs. Right, so if we're on the main menu and we click next, then the menu item, yeah, so that's where we're going to have to know. We're going to have to know what one we're currently on to know which one to go to next, which means we're going to have to switch on int. Then we're going to have to put the start index at 100. Hang on, just trying to think if there's a better way of doing this. So if we're treating 0 as nothing selected, so if that is 0, then we know exactly what we're going to set that to. So set that to 100. That's nice and simple because we know that we've got nothing selected, so we want to select the first thing in the list because we are pressing the next button. Conversely, if we are pressing the previous button and it's 0, then we want to go to the last item on the list. And for that, we need to know how many items there are. And this is where it gets a bit fiddly and a little bit manual. So, where are we? Get rid of the pop-up. Menu. So basically it would be 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, which means we would need to set it to 106. So nothing selected, we're pressing previous, so we start from the bottom of the menu, which would be 106. Okay. If it's not 0, as in something is selected, right, then what we can do actually is we'll take that and we shall add 1. I know you can increment, like you can go like ++ to increment integer. I've had mixed results with this. Perhaps it's just me using it wrong, but like it should. Yeah, so it adds 1 and sets it. So the value of that should now be at 1 above and beyond what it already was. But then we want to clamp this value and then actually set from there. So the minimum on this particular menu would be 100 and the maximum would be 106. But actually there's another point that we're missing there. Actually, no, we can do it an easier way. We don't need to clamp it. So we can do if it's so we've pressed next. So essentially we're going down the menu. We know it's not 0, so it's a value other than 0. So we're currently on something there. Right. So if it's higher or equal to 106, then again, it's nice and simple. We go back to the beginning. So we go back to 100. Because we're just looping round to the top because we're pressing next. So we've looped around back to the top again. If I'm trying to take into account any circumstances where we're on the main menu and the current menu item is out of range. I suppose I can do... So that should be sort of 100, 106, with an inclusive minimum maximum. This is just some protection logic, just to make sure that we don't get any weird situations. So if it is in range, then we can carry on with all of that. If it's not in range, then I think the best thing to do is probably just set it to 0, so then nothing's selected, and then carry on as normal. So we'll just... Yeah, so... Yeah, exactly, Max. Yeah, so if the menu is out of range, then we'll just 0 it out. So basically we're saying, right, nothing's selected, which means that when we start doing our actual logic, we're detecting a value of 0, which means we are just selecting the first item in the list. Yeah. So that should not be breakable, he says with some confidence, but we'll see. Right, so blah, 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 blah. So we're going in a down direction, a next direction, so we only need to see how high it's gone. If it's any higher than that, then we're going back to the beginning. Otherwise, we're just going to increase. So this pin here should only fire for values between 100 and 105. And for any of those values, then we can increment the integer by 1. Right, that should be all the logic we need. The only thing we're missing is an update UI. If it was in multiplayer, I could rep notify off of one of these. I mean, I could still rep notify, but that's kind of a hacky way of doing it. So if we make a custom event, and we'll call that, I did actually make one, didn't I? Somewhere else. So new UI selection, something like that. No. If we call it controller UI action, okay, and then we'll have a boolean for button press. And then we want to know which interface we're on. So yeah, it's with a small number of menu items, I think it's probably easier just to type it in, just kind of manually count them. They're not going to change that often, but it's going to be different per page. So we'd have to store a variable with the maximum for each page. So it's kind of an unnecessary creation of variables, really, when you can just type in the number. I'm just thinking about how to pass this data through to the menus. I say menus because there's going to be multiple menus that are receiving this message. Thanks, Welper. So for simple menu navigation, all we're basically doing is just updating what our menu item is. So we're just saying new menu. Perhaps we need a different event for that. I'm kind of trying to cram them all into one event, but it's probably better just to have separate events for it. So we do controller nav action. Because that kind of makes the flow easier, because then we can just do new menu item. So quite simply, any recipient of this, when we eventually broadcast it, knows that it needs to update its UI to represent the fact that we're now on this menu item. Do we need to also track pages? I suppose we do, really, because... Well, no, we don't. Because if we do controller input action, I suppose. For that one, we can use our controller UI. If we have a look at that enum. So the input actions will be the left and the right, and the enter and the back, and I suppose the tab left and tab right as well. Although we can maybe put them in there. Because there's a logical difference between navigating to menu items on a page and then actually sending a button press. So the idea here is that we go up and down highlighting a row, and that row could have a slider, it could have plus and minus buttons, it could just have an on-off switch. So each row has some form of input method, and we want it to be kind of agnostic in terms of what the control is. So pressing left and right should move a slider up and down, press the plus and minus buttons, turn a switch on and off. That left and right should control all of those things. So we need the menu to know what menu item is currently active, and then if we're pressing left and right on that particular menu item. Obviously, you can't do this and this at the same time. Although I bet if you went diagonal on a controller, it probably would. I'll have to test that. Yeah. So I'm just thinking about the tab actions. Do we want to drive the page? Because each tab's technically going to be a page number. Although I suppose we are going to drive that from here, which actually means, therefore, that this enum's going to have sub-pages. So like on the settings, each tab is going to have to be represented as a separate page so that we can tab through them using this. Okay, that's doable. We have to make a matrix to work out which one to go to, previous and next, because these aren't numerical, so we can't just increment an integer. But for each of these, we need controller nav action and feed it through the current one that we're on. Although we do actually have that as a variable, don't we? So that's probably, yeah, that's redundant work. Let's not bother with that because we've got it stored anyway. So let's just fire the event. So let's just collapse all of this. Main menu next. Then we'll duplicate that. That for this one. That's main menu previous. Just to keep the graph nice and clean so we're not spamming it with stuff. Okay, so the logic should be practically the same, just the other way around. So if it's 0 this time, we're going to 106 because we're going the opposite direction. And this time we want to go, if it's less than or equal to 100, because it's the first one in the list this time, then we set it to 106. We're looping back round to the end this time, and rather than decrease, we decrement instead. Just checking, subtract 1 from value, then set it. Yeah, so like that. So we're doing the same as the first one, just the opposite way around. So the next piece of the puzzle here is to actually have those things highlighted. And for that, we need this to do something. So we actually need to make a broadcast, which the menus then have to react to. So I've started using Unreal's built-in system for sending global messages, and I can't remember off the top of my head how to use it now, so I'm going to use a plugin instead. I will change this from the plugin when I remember how to do it the proper way. Cool global event name. Except this is going to have to require us making a class, because we need to set up a payload class so that we can send that. Right. Okay. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. So I can't even remember where it was set up. It's like it's part of like the gameplay ability system. We should have some configured things as part of that. Oh yeah, it was these gameplay tags. So you set up the tags in this like nested tree, and then it uses the gameplay tag system to send messages. So it works the same way as an event handler, in that certain actors subscribe to these, like following someone on Twitter basically. So when one of them sends a tweet, then it picks that up because it's following it. That's essentially, in an analogy, how it works. But I can't remember how I set it up before. Hang on, let's see if I can find it. Where did I set it up? That is the question. Yeah, because I'm using global events here. So this is a plugin that I'm using to do the same job, essentially. But I wanted to switch to using the built-in method, because otherwise this is what... So all these class constructors along here, these are for the payloads, basically, for the global event. So we can't send a global event with data unless we have a container set up for that. So it's on here that I did it. Where did I do it? So again, I'm using the plugin there. So one of the things that I needed to do was to basically go and replace all of the instances where I was using the plugin, and then start using the gameplay tag system in place of the plugin. Obviously, I'd rather use a built-in engine feature than a third-party plugin because it's just more reliable to do it that way. But I cannot remember where it was I set it up. I don't think there's any way of kind of figuring out what actually uses it. Oh, hang on. Did I use it for the Helm NPCs? Perhaps I did. I will have a quick look, and then if I can't figure it out, then I'll go back to using the plugin for now. I need to get my head around how I did it before. This is what happens when you spend like a week working on something and then go and spend a week working on something completely different. So it wasn't those. Again, that one's using the plugin. So it wasn't there. Was it on the widget, which is now hidden all the way down here? Again, it's the plugin. Throttle. Plugin. Using the plugin. That's using the plugin. I imagine I probably did it via the menu pop-up that's used here. Yeah, can't see it anywhere. I know I definitely did it somewhere, but there's like a bazillion systems and it could be any one of them. So we'll use the tried and true method for now, which is like this. And then once I've figured out what I did last time, then we can replace those with the built-in version. So we can actually do, rather than making a payload, we can send that value as a string and then convert it back to an integer at the other end. Otherwise, we do need to make a separate actor as a payload to put in here, which then we give a string, give a integer. But if we're just sending a single value, that's probably the cheapest and easiest way of doing it. Right, so what are we calling here? Controller nav action. May as well call it the same thing. So what happens here is when you click next or previous on the main menu, it works out what's happening with the current menu item, and then it basically calls this event where it then broadcasts what the current menu item is. And I'm actually going to call that update. So we need to update the UI to let it know that a new thing has been selected or navigated to. So it then needs to handle the highlighting of that object and handle the visual display of that. When we start doing more advanced actions, like increasing and decreasing menu values, we'll need a slightly more sophisticated approach. But let's just start off simple, get it working up and down, and then we'll iterate from there. So that means on our main menu, so we're going to have to now light these up as we go through them. Now we do have a hover color. So hovered foreground, and then the text basically inherits that from the button. So that's the color we want to use. So what we want to do is basically change the color of the text. Now because it's inheriting that from the button, probably going to have to override that with just setting normal foreground color there. Unless we can force a hovered flag. Pretty sure we can't do that. Yeah, we can do is hovered, but we can't like make it think it's hovered. Wondering whether we move the mouse pointer over it maybe, but then it's a 3D widget now, so the mouse pointer is not as relevant. Ooh, I know what we can do though. Maybe. Yeah. So a really hacky way that we could do this, makes me cringe just thinking about it, but because this is a 3D menu, and when we left click it, we're actually firing a line trace at the menu because it's 3D now, it's no longer something we can hover the mouse over. Main menu, that's what I'm looking for. What we can do is if we know where the buttons are, then we can just arbitrarily fire a line trace at that button. Because if we're not using the mouse, is it locked up? Oh, compiling shaders, that'll be why. Yeah, then we can just have an object in world space firing a line trace as if the mouse was on it, which handles the hover because you're actually making it hover like by firing the hover code rather than yeah, I know what I mean. But we'd need to know where in world space the menu actually is, and the menu moves depending on whether you're in VR or not, because when you're stood up in VR, the menu is higher so that it's like in your eye line, whereas when you're using first person, that will put the menu off of the screen, so we have to bump it back down again, which means the menu does move depending on the mode, which would mean we'd then need logic for firing. We'd need two whole sets of targets. Yeah, that sounds like a nightmare waiting to happen, so we'll do it through logic instead. Right, so that being the case, then we need to... Yeah, so we need to set... slot as canvas, set yeah, we can access it directly, that's handy. Right, so set members in button style. That one. Make slate brush. Basically, just need to set it up for the hover. So I'm just thinking, if we change the normal color to the hover color, which is fine, we can do that. But we need to set it back again. So as we're moving up and down through the menus, where we're constantly having to change that. But oh no, I can't. I was just thinking I could have two versions of the text and hide one, but then we're dealing with the same thing where we'd have to unhide it again after hide and unhide. Style. Sorry, yes, normal foreground we want, isn't it? Not normal. So normal foreground. There we go. Yeah. And then the color would be that one, for consistency's sake. Right, so that handles the hovering of the button, faking it essentially, and then we just need to set that back when it's unhovered. Work on that logic separately. Right, so on begin play, we need to bind some events. So bind global event by name. No, unbind. Bind event by name. the event name was controller nav update. Obviously they must match. And then we'll do a custom event off of there, which is controller nav updated. And then we'll get our value. So the first item in the array, which we know that we've set as our current menu item. We'll do that to string to int. That puts it back as an integer. And then we need to do a whole bunch of stuff with this. So we need to know like what menu we're on, which one's selected, etc., etc., etc. It does and it doesn't, Martin. So one of the things that they added in one of the recent versions was a new way of handling widgets which have kind of a virtual mouse pointer. So it's specifically designed at making controller support easier, because it moves this second invisible cursor around to press all the buttons and things on behalf of the controller. But that was the cause of the bug that we had, where if you have a controller plugged in, the mouse cursor keeps disappearing in menus. And we had that bug for like a year and couldn't work out why it was doing it. And it turns out it was this new thing that Epic added. So I turned it off and stripped it from the engine because it was causing us so many issues. So thus I'm having to do it myself. But as much as we have to put the work in to do that, it does mean that the system that we've got is a lot more proprietary to our needs. So I can make it do the things that we need it to do, rather than relying on the things that Epic thinks it should be doing, if that makes sense. Actually, before I switch on that, let's just do a print string. But I was going to say, let me do a print string. May as well just plug that in there. Right, yeah, so let's just make sure that it is actually broadcasting and it is actually picking that message up. So we're not setting our current page anywhere yet. So let us set that manually as a default. So what should happen when we press play? So as we go up and down, it should be changing the numbers, which it is. So we're on menu item 100, 100 being continue mission. So when I press up on the keyboard, it should go to quick game, which is 106, which it does. 105, 4, 3, 2, 1, 100. So we're back to there, and then back to 106. Then from 106, we go to 100, and then work our way up, back to 100 again. So that's it working on the keyboard. Cursor keys even. That's pressing S, that's pressing W, and then on the controller, that's the D-pad down, D-pad up, thumbstick down, thumbstick up. And that's me wiggling the thumbstick around. Great. Okay, so the logic's working. That's all good. And that print string is coming from the menu itself, which means that our global event's working, which means we're broadcasting that message out from the pawn, and then the menu is just reacting accordingly. So at this point, we can do the highlights, but yeah. The problem with that CSI is that it's a physicalized menu now. So because it's a physical object floating in 3D space, the mouse needs to know how to line up to it. And because we're moving it in 3D space as well, depending on whether you're in VR or first person, that means that we need to maintain two sets of targets for our 3D trace. Because we can do a widget interaction component, a widget interactor basically in the world, and then move that around as we need it. But again, we need to know where we're moving it to, which means we need to capture the world coordinates of each button, which is it would work as a virtual pointer, but it's very manual and a bit hacky. So doing it within the logic is probably safer in the long run. It's less prone to screw ups, because if your widget interactor is slightly not lined up with the button, or you decide to move the menu, or even worse, if you add a new menu item, then you have to update all of your targets twice for the widget firing. Yeah, so yeah, it's there's a lot of room for human error in that, so I think it's easier just to do it in code. Trying to think about how the best way to do this, because I don't want to make like one of these for every single button. What I can do, can we do a select? Please let me do a select. Oh yeah, we can. Great. Because we can do this. Oh, that's not going to work. Because obviously, it's option 100, so we'd need to literally add like 100 pins to get to it, because we don't have the option to have a starting pin on this one. So no, that won't work. So otherwise we could just use a select on here to make that bit easier. And we could do it via an enum. That makes it harder to increment. I don't think I have much choice really. I'm going to have to kind of brute force this. So if we switch on the integer instead, again we can set our starting index at 100, which makes life infinitely easier. Don't want a default pin on there. Be gone. So actually what I could do, yeah, so if I go select, kind of need a temporary transient variable, don't I? Which annoyingly you can't do like local int on here. you have to do it in a macro, which is weird, but you can use it outside of the macro. You just have to like go into a macro, do local int, there we go, and then we just assign that. Okay, and now I can paste it in there, so it works, but you have to create it in a macro before you can use it, which is weird. Because then we can just do that. So we just do this. I mean, this is again hacky. Can I have an int value, please? Sigh. That's the other thing. You can't duplicate it because then you don't have. Unless I can. Hang on, can I? Oh! Let me. Sorry, I got a little overexcited then. Is that the trick to it? So you have to make a bunch. This isn't my final solution, by the way. This is just me testing it for now. I will come up with something that's a bit more sophisticated than this. So if I give it a value, then take it away. Why did that work? Copy. Give it a value. Take it away again. I had high hopes for that then. Okay. Hang on, how come these have suddenly just flipped? What? Weird, I'm not going to question it. Right, and then we just pop these in here. And then do that. Being stupid. The whole reason I did this is so that I could do that. Now we're using those. So basically we've converted that down to that. I could have just divided it by 100, couldn't I? Or just deducted 100 from it. That would have done the same thing with much less effort. Continue game. New game. Tutorials. This one was multiplayer. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 is settings. Credits. Of course, we need for one. Try and get the number to show up. Come on. Right, so this is messy. Obviously, it needs tidying up. What should happen, purely as a test, is we should paint the menu blue, because we're not inputting any code for flipping them back to white again. So if we just press play, press down, interesting. So it is working, it's just not actually doing it. So right now, that's flashing. If I press down, still flashing. Why is that the only one that's working? Right, so it's not actually changing the color until we hover over it. Which is interesting. I think we need that. Let's retain our print string a minute, just so we know which one we're actually looking at. It was doing some weird. Right, so 100, 105, 100, 105. So if I hover it, yeah, it stays. So that one hasn't been touched, so it's not doing anything. That one has. Oh, I see. We're skipping quick game because we're only looking at 5 of them. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So 105 is that one. 100. So when we go to 101. That should stop resetting. So 101, yeah, so we've set it permanently, but it's not refreshing. It's interesting though, why is it not actually changing it? Because we're setting members in its struct. I don't think there's a... Is there a refresh? I don't think there's a refresh. I wonder if we do hovered, because it's not going to have. So we could break the inheritance and set the color manually, but that would break the hover logic. So obviously under the style here, this wouldn't fire anymore. I was wondering if there's a way we can artificially like poke it to update it. So the only other way we can do this is not mess with the hover logic, but instead we could in fact move a widget, like where we've got like the blue box around it here. We could do something like that. It's not as pretty, but let's just give that a quick try a minute. So we'd need to basically have that on top of everything else. So we've made a border. So it's already on a canvas, so put in a border box. I will research sort of off stream why that isn't updating in real time, because it should do. I mean, it is working, it's changing the color, it's just not refreshing the button. But for now, let's just see what this says. So if we just create one of them, and we'll set its visibility to not hit testable, which means it's not going to block the mouse press. And then we want to give it an outline. So draw as rounded box. Give it some nice rounded corners, because everyone likes rounded corners. To give it, we still have that color saved? No, we don't. Of course we don't. I think it was like 220.51. I think that was it. It's either 0.5 or 0.75. I can't remember. I'll look in a sec. Try that one. Opacity of 1, and then the tint should be opacity on 0. Let's give it a reasonable scale. So what we would have to do, anchor it top middle. Where are these guys anchored? I'll anchor it in the middle, and we'll do our offsets from there. So we want to basically go 0.5, 0.5, so that we're sticking it in the middle. And then we're going to need to know what the offsets are for each button. Now, it doesn't matter if we move the menu, because the menu is, this is part of the menu, so we don't need to worry about that. And then all we need to know really is whether or not to show it or hide it. So we don't need to do that. We'll keep that so we know which one we're working with. Let's keep that there for now. Need these anymore. I do want my switch though. That can stay. Right, so then we make our border highlighter, make it a variable so we have access to it in the graph. Right, and all we need to do is set location. See, rather than doing this with each one, it would be nice to do a select, because then I can just select a bunch of. If I make a widget transform. We can just move it accordingly. I guess though we need to do slot as canvas slot, and then we need to set position. Yeah, do it that way instead. Again, make vector 2D. So the nice way of doing this would be able to have a select statement, and then basically give it a different vector 2D based on our index. Now I suppose if we do this per page, then we can just subtract 100 from that value, because we know that this is the hundreds page. Pop that in there, and I guess pop that in there to make sure that we are actually on the right page. And then all we would need to know for each of the values, so we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we just need to basically give it 6 transforms. We know that X is going to be 0 for all of them, so that makes life a bit easier. So we need 6 of those. And then we pop them in there as needed. And then one more for the quit button. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 7 in total. So then all we need to know now is what the y offset is for each one. So if that was minus 53, minus 50. Minus 50. So that one would be minus 50. And then the next one would be that plus Minus 15 minus 100. No, doesn't work, does it? Let's go with 14. $81. $150. So the downside to this, other than the tedious setting up of it, is that if we add any additional menu items on here, or if we insert one in the middle, then it's going to throw off all of the highlights. So what we might more conveniently do is have a hidden highlight for every single one of them and just turn it on and off as needed. That's probably, to be honest, the better way of doing it. And then we don't have to go through this kind of tedious setup task. And it's more future-proof in the sense that we can add menu options without having to redo all the targets. Okay, last one. And I noticed that when we were doing the up and down logic, we were missing out the last one. So we're going up to 106. That should be right though. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Just try it a minute. Oh yeah, there we go. So it works. We can go up and down with the mouse. Sorry, with the keyboard. So that's W and S. W, S, it loops round. Cursor keys up and down, loops round. Control a D-pad, loops round, and control a thumbstick, loops round. And then can we like press A? Yeah, no. Enter. Yeah, so the next job there is to basically just make it fire the actual option. And then this needs to be made nicer because it's a bit ugly looking, but we'll sort that out. So fundamentally, that's going to work as an option. So the next thing we need to process is actually clicking buttons and pressing enter. I don't think we have got one here. So we've got menu apply there. I think we need a separate input action for this, because that one is specifically focusing around what the mouse is hovered on, and then it triggers the left click. So we need an input action for the controller, and I think might have one. Do we have one? We do not. So we'll make one. So menu, I'll just put that as controller apply. Back button should be universal, so that one should be alright. Right, and then we need to add that to the mappings. So we need menu, controller, apply. A couple of those. So we need gamepad, face, bottom. And then we need enter on the keyboard as well. I suppose we'll do gamepad trigger as well, just because it can't hurt. So right trigger digital, I think it's probably the best way of doing it. So you can press A or the trigger. Okay. And then we need to add that on here. So we want IA controller. Oops. One. And then on started. That's interesting. These are working on triggered. Fair enough. We need another current page check. Okay, and this is where we need to now work with the actual input action itself. So I suppose we need to know what menu item we're currently on. So we need to pass that through. So I don't think we need that. So controller input action. Yeah, so we need to know the page and the menu item. And to be honest, if we're doing this, if we're separating our numerical list per page, then we don't need to bother with the whole 100, 200, 300 thing. We can just start from 1 because we're separating it per page anyway. So yeah, that's actually an easier way of doing it. And then we don't need to do that then. Just one less layer of complication. So in an effort to simplify this, so controller input action, and then same there. Like we don't actually need to know, we don't even need to know what page we're on because we can just send that through. So our input action, I suppose this is where we need the apply and the back, etc. Oh no, that's fine because we're sending apply anyway, aren't we? Right, yeah, so Right, yeah, so we do need... Hang on, did I... No, that's not the one we wanted. So on here, then, we want controller, menu input type, yeah, that one. So input type would be enter, so controller enter. Right, and then that's what we're sending through on our global event. And then, so this global event, this is the one where it gets more complicated, because we're not just telling it what menu item we're on. And to be honest, we need to do the same for this actually, because we need a page differentiator, which means we can no longer use the simple version of this. We're going to need a payload. Yeah, so we send through what type of input it is, so whether it's enter or left or right or back. And then we're sending the page that we're on, the current menu item on that page, so that we know what has been clicked. And I think for the sake of simplicity, because on here, like, so say one of these buttons here, like head bob, for example. Where's the button? So when you click it, it basically goes through the process of handling the processing of that button. So it goes through and sorts out the settings and starts storing the values, updates the UI and that sort of thing. So what we want to do is, rather than processing the events on the player pawn, we want to send this data through to the UI. And if the page is the settings page, then it will obviously fire it to the relevant one. And then we would need a custom event on here alongside these two. So like the controller right action is the same as pressing the head bob plus button. Controller left action is the same as pressing that one. So we'd need two custom events in here that go into the same pins. In fact, why not make them while we're here? Just to get my head around it. So this would be controller. Yeah, I'll stick with the same syntax. So that would be gameplay head mob plus. Okay, and then that would go into the same input there. And then we need another custom event, which is head bob minus, which goes into the minus one. So what we're doing is, if you click it with the mouse or the VR controller, you are pressing the button itself physically, and the physical button press obviously then handles the logic there. But if we're not pressing the button physically, and we're actually navigating via a keyboard or controller, then we're firing custom events instead, which do the same thing, but they go about it from a different direction. Which means we need to add this and this for every single one of these, which are all the different settings options. And also with the graphics settings here, we need to start making some additional ones as well. There's a lot of manual work involved in setting up these menus and adding the graphic settings, and this is why like working with UIs is like my least favorite thing, because it's tedious as hell. But yeah, so I need to basically create that and that for all of them it is absolutely an exercise in tedium, but it needs doing. So we just got to suck it up and do it. Right, so I'm going to make a payload for this one, and then we need another payload for this one. Grab a copy of the event handler. So this time we're going to call global event by class rather than by name. And then we need to know the event class that we're calling. And obviously we need a class, so which means we need to start setting those classes up. So we need to construct class, and then we need a class to construct, and then we promote that to variable. So we need 2 of them. So the first one is, let's try and name these consistently. So that's controller nav action. So controller nav event, and then that one. This one would be controller input event. Right, so those are our 2 constructed classes, but obviously we haven't told it yet. We haven't told it because we haven't made them. So if we go to menu, we need a couple of events in here. So blueprint. To find it, hang on. So it's event base. That's the one. So that's autosave. So that's event controller nav event. Let's get rid of that. Don't need to say it twice. Actually, I am going to change the naming of that so that all the events get listed together. So you've got event controller input and event controller nav. And then for each of these, we need some variables. So we need current element, which is our integer. Then we need current page, and that's our enum. Enum menu pages. And we also need, what's the other one we wanted? Oh, input type, wasn't it? What are we calling it? Yeah, input type. So input type is controller input. Try that again. Controller inputs. There. Right. So we've created 3 variables, and that's our payload for sending that via the global event. And we'll do that with both of them. Actually, we don't need that for the other one, do we? Let's just do the nav one. Can I copy all 3 at once? No, of course not. there. There. Right, so this one's the element, the page, and the input type. And make sure again I've got the consistency. I'm calling it menu item. All right, I'll rename these to menu item, just so that again we have that naming consistency across the board. Otherwise, I have a very simple brain and I will get confused. Right, so your controller nav. So the nav doesn't need the input type, it just needs menu and current page. And then this one also needs input type because we're sending an actual input. Yeah, that should be that. So that means on here, we can now register our events. So we've got event controller input and event controller nav. Controller input, because I did them the wrong way round. Event controller inputs. Event controller nav. Right, that's better. Nav input. Input. Nav. Right. So we've created our classes, we've stored those as variables, which means when it comes to the global event, we now have our class as a variable. So this one's the input one, so we'll pop that in there. So that's event controller input. That's it, and pop that in there as the payload. But one thing we need to do is in order to set the payload, because obviously we haven't updated those variables, so we need to actually cast to event controller input. We want to set menu item. So with our current menu item, and then set current page with our current page. So we're now actually updating that payload before we send it off globally. So this is now a global event with a payload. So the recipient of the global event will have access to these variables. And we need to do the same with this one. So we no longer need that. We no longer need that. So we will call global event by class. And that's controller nav. And we need our controller nav event. Cast to controller nav. And we do the same thing. Just thought actually we're missing our input on there. I'll add that one in a minute. Set input type, which comes from there. Move that up there to make it a bit cleaner on the eye. Right, yeah, so that's all three of them that one needs, and then this one just needs the two. Set current menu item, which is that one. Set code page. Pops down. Oops, that first. Pops down into our payload. Nav. That's the data. Right. So we've got our two broadcasts set up. So now, all we do with these is we just fire controller nav action with like controller enter. So that's our controller enter being carried through. We set that as our input type and then let the UI know that we've pressed it. Yeah, I am all for neat blueprints. Like once this is done, I'll put proper comment boxes around it and everything, like what I haven't done here. Yeah, when it comes to like the main menu and stuff, I try and properly like comment everything as much as I can. Otherwise, like coming back to this and trying to figure it out like 6 months from now, you wouldn't have a chance if it wasn't commented. Okay. Now, an argument could be made that you could probably combine these into a single event, and whether you're navigating or button pushing, you could just have maybe a Boolean, because we're sending essentially the same data both times. But, and I'm not saying we won't do that in the future, but I think for now we'll keep them separate because it means I can handle the inputs separately. Where's our main menu? There. Right, yeah, so all of this gubbins here, that can go. And we want to bind global event by class. And then the class would be controller nav. Right, so this time the payload will be our actual variables. So get was it get current what? Forgotten already. Current menu item. Yeah, we're going to have to cast that again at the other end. And then get current menu item. And then this is the same as what we had before, so we won't need that in a sec. Get current page. So we know what page we're on, and we know what menu item we are on that page. So if we take that and move it over there a minute. Yeah, so we'll fire a custom event, I think, with this. So add custom event. Controller nav update. Is that what I called that? Updated. And then we need 2 inputs. So we need current. I keep wanting to call it UI element, but it's not, is it? Menu item. Current menu item. really that needs to go above there, doesn't it? So menu item, that's our one to whatever integer. And that's our enum page. Pages. Right, so the first thing that we would do is we'd switch on the pages, so we know which page we're working with. And obviously this event will be duplicated on both the main menu, the pause menu, and the settings. So if none of these options are relevant, so like main menu, for example, we need a pause menu on there as well. So it will only fire the code relevant to itself. Obviously, main menu is never going to fire if you're on the pause menu, so this will essentially do nothing if you're not on the right menu already. So it's kind of self-managing in that way. So we'll sort the pop-up out last. So the next thing to do then basically is this. So if we are on the main menu, then we're just going to do that, basically. And we'll collapse all this into a clean graph when it's done. Right, okay. And then we need to, on here, because we're sending what page we're on, we no longer need all this business. So this could now be 1 to 7. Yeah, it's going to have to be 1 to 7 because, again, we're using 0 as nothing is selected. So yeah, so if it's not in that range, it'd be 0. If it's 0, right? So that would be 1, and that would be 7. Again, that would be 1. The menu items are now 1 to 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we need to do the inverse of that. So that again would be 1, 2, 7. And that would go to 7. And that would go to 7 as well. Right, so we've just changed a lot of stuff there, so let's just make sure that it still actually works before continuing. Nope, it does not, so let's figure out why. Just step back through our logic. So current page is already set to main menu, so we're good there. Main menu, blah, blah, blah. That's the nav action, that's the input action. Let's just check that we're sending things. So if we print text, then we'll format text. So we've got menu item, and then we've got current page. So there's our menu item, and there's enum to string, pop that in there. Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Back to 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 6, 7. Same with the keyboard. Same with the controllers. Yeah, so that bit's working. Okay, so that's fine. We can get rid of that. So the next thing to check is just to make sure that the global event itself is firing. So event controller nav. Controller nav updated. Oh look, that'll be the problem. I didn't actually set that up. Controller nav up. Spell it right, shall we? Right, that was the missing bit we needed. Right, there we go. Ooh, something's a bit weird there. So that's okay, that's okay, that's okay, that's okay, that's okay, that's okay. Right, so continue mission seems to be off. Why? Because we need 0 to 7 now. We don't 1 to 7 rather. We don't have a 0 anymore. So yeah, that should do it. That's better. So it works with both keyboard controls, works with the controller. Okay, we're good. Now we just need to add the actual input. Sorry, I've been ignoring chat tonight. Thank you, Canberg. Very much appreciated. Yeah, so the ships will have all the hardware, and all the hardware can break. If it exists, it can break, basically. Sorry for triggering people's epilepsy. It keeps doing that. Okay. Next up, handling this. So we've already got that bit done, we're already firing controller enter. So all we need to do really is duplicate what we've done here and create a new custom event for handling the input. So custom event. So that would be controller input. Yeah, just controller input. That'll do, to be honest. Then we need that. So we've got our current page, and then we can do that. So this is the one that's going to be a little bit unwieldy because we're going to have to hook up, again, an extra event for every single button. So starting with the pop-up, we haven't catered for that one yet, but just for the sake of doing it now. So that's the button. Just find out where it is on the graph because we've got our on pressed basically. So we need a custom event now, which is button acknowledged. We'll call it controller acknowledged because we're using a controller rather than a button, and then that goes into there. So we need a controller version of every single button press so that we can obviously tell it which one's just been pressed. So this one would be controller continue game. Make it a bit cleaner. Nodes in blueprint graphs always align left, so they'll always align perfectly on the left-hand side, but they never align on the right-hand side, which you get like overhangs that are different. Should that bother me? No. Does it bother me? Yes. What's this one? So that would be controller launch mission. Controller confirm new game. Settings, last one. Button credit. Oh no, controller credits. Oh, Camberg, thank you. I don't know what currency that is. If anyone could identify that currency, please do say. Oh wait, there's more. Thank you, Firstus, and thank you again, Canberg. Very much appreciated. That's awesome. That's the first ever donation we've ever had in Turkish lira, so congratulations. Spelled it wrong. Controller tutorial starts. Again, I have to really, just for the sake of consistency, just name all of them the same, and then we shouldn't ever get confused. So controller tutorial navigation. Right, so that's all of those duplicated. And again, it will need doing for every single button. Right, so pop-up was acknowledged. Acknowledged. So there we go. So when we press enter or A or trigger, it will fire controller acknowledged, which is the same as pressing the acknowledge button because it all does the same thing from that point. Nice and simple. Okay, so on the main menu then, see, this is where we need to switch on the other thing we have here, which is current whatever it was called. Why can I not remember what I called that? I forget every single time. Menu item. This is my old web dev days in a former life. I keep wanting to call things elements. It's not an element, it's a menu item. Right, yeah, so then we're going to switch on that. Yeah, we do need to switch on that. So start index 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's button 1. And I guess the other thing, actually, there's another thing we need to do here. So for the main menu, it's mostly just like single presses. But for the settings, obviously we've got up, down, left, right, and all sorts of things, including tab. So let's just also add on here the button that was pressed. What am I calling it? Not calling it anything yet because I haven't added it. So let's do that. So again, call event by class. And that is controller input. Oh no, bind, not control. I'm going mad. Bind global event by class. There we go. That's what I wanted. And then controller input update. Controller input. Cast to controller input. Right, and then we want that, so controller input. Okay, so we need to get current page, pop that in there. We want to get menu item, pop that in there. Then the other thing, which was get input type. That's it. Right, then on there, change that to input type. Pop that in there. Okay, so that's our two global events fully handled now, and then we're passing off the processing of those to these events up here. So that's for our navigation, and this is for our clicking and pressing of stuff. So again, for the main menu, all we're really looking at is whether or not we've pressed enter, or just enter really. Because I don't think there's nothing on the main menu page, and that's specifically just the main menu page. So obviously if you go to the credits you can press back, but there's no back button needed on the main menu. So yeah, enter is all we really care about, but we don't want to process anything else, so we still need to check. I suppose what we could do is just do a simple branch. So if the input is enter, then we'll process that, otherwise we don't care, because nothing else is relevant on the main menu. Right, and then we just need to know what the buttons are, so that's all these events here. So one would be continue game. Continue game. Two is to check my naming on here, because I don't think I've called it that. So this button new game. What have I called you? Just control a new game. Okay. Control a new game. Next. Tutorials. Tutorials. Control tutorials. You'd think I'd remember the order now, but no. Control multiplayer. Settings. Controller credits. And controller quit. Ooh. That's an interesting one. Is quit game doing something weird and different? Yeah, just doing it over there, that's all. Controller quit. Right, so that's all of the main menu buttons catered for. And we've got our logic check there just to make sure that only enter is actually processed. So nav sorted, that's sorted. Okay, so we should have a main menu now which is fully navigable. Okay, so we can go up and down. Controller can go up and down. Right. So can the controller start a new mission? Ha! Yes. Right. So obviously that's still there. So we need to make sure we hide those. We need to make sure that back works on there. Oh, good night, CSI. Have a good one. So the Are You Sure page needs to be a separate page. And then we need to handle those inputs separately. Although I can still access these, that's funny. Does quit work? No. Oh yes, it does. Right, so I'm going to try each of these with a trigger. So trigger on quit game works. A on quit game works. And then enter on the keyboard works. Great. Good, good. Right, so far, so good. I think that arrow is coming from the widget interaction. Can I like get rid? Actually, if I make them both black, maybe that would do. Yeah, that's working. gets rid of the god-awful flashing. Seems it's going to put the arrow there regardless of whatever you do. But at least it's not flashing anymore. Right then. So that this menu is navigable, so we can do that now. Right, so we need sub-menus for these, sub-pages rather for these. We also need, the credits should be an easy one. Let's try that. Of course, so for the credits, we're going to need to emulate the mouse wheel function of speeding it up and down. And I guess just up and down on the controller we'll use for that. And we also need to work out how we're going to do the left and right rather than the up and the down on there. I suppose we can just process that on a per page basis. It shouldn't be a problem. Okay. This scares me. It's going to take forever to update that lot. But... sigh. Right. If we do credits, because I want to test the back button. Actually, no, I may as well just do new game because we can test it on there as well. So this one, we need to actually switch on the input type. Because we need to have both back and enter. We don't care about the rest of them, but back and enter we would care about. I guess we can start to collapse these into their own collapsed graphs. So we'll call that controller input main menu. Handles that more cleanly. And again, I'll collapse all of them as I go, just to keep it tidy. So new game, we only care about enter and back. Okay, so this one, so that button, so the back button needs to respond to both of these. So let's just find it a minute. So start new game, that's that one. So again, we need to duplicate this. So that's controller cancel new game. Okay. So that would be so back would be controller cancel new game. So that one's nice and simple, but on enter we need to actually switch on that. again, we're starting at 1. There's only 2 inputs here. So if we're pressing enter, then button 1 goes to this one because we are basically just pressing cancel. We make button 1 that one, and then this one will be button 2. This is the benefit of handling it per page, because it means we can keep the integers low. There we go. That should be all we need, really. So we can collapse that now. So that is controller input new game. Let's keep our casing consistent. That's our input type. And that's our thing that I can never remember, menu item. So assuming that I've hooked all this up properly, using the controller, we should be able to go up to start new mission, then press B to go back, or escape. Okay, so we don't have those, probably because we haven't actually hooked them up yet. No, we haven't, so we need the input action for that. So in input action back, whatever I called it, menu back, and then we just fire the same event, but this one's controller back. So just doing this should be enough to make it work. So start new mission and back. Back, damn you, back. Right, why is that not working? Let's check if we've actually got that one. Did we even add it on here? Next, previous, apply. No, we didn't. That would be why it's not working. It doesn't exist. Why did it move up there? Escape, gamepad face button right. Yeah. Sure thing, Scorpio. Start new mission, back. Nope, still not working. So all we're doing at this point is just firing values through, so there's no logic involved. And then on the menu side of things, again, we're just firing values through. Ooh, no, we're not setting current. Right, so. Right. There's an important distinction here. We are not setting the right page. We're not setting this anywhere, we're just using the default value. So we kind of need to do this here. before we do this? Or after will be better, actually. After pressing enter, that's when the page would likely change, or when you press back, the page will change. So in both of these instances, we need to take our current page, and we need to do some logic to work out what page we'd be on if we pressed a certain button. So we need to use that in combination with our menu item. This is going to get complicated. I might macro this actually. Hang on, let's have a think about this. I'm going to have to Google what that is, Scorpio. Oh, it's actually a handheld console. Ew. Where does it get its games from? It says Xbox on it. Does it require the Microsoft Store? I mean, if it can run Steam games... Okay, yeah, so you can play Steam games on a ROG Ally. All right. So, yes, if it runs Steam games natively, like the Steam Deck does, then it should work. I might have to get one and find out. I'm just very quickly Googling it, like literally just 10 seconds worth of Googling. It says it can run the Steam client and install Steam games. So assuming that that is the case, then it might already work on it. I mean, do you have one? Are you able to test it? Okay. I'll have to get one and try it and see. We're going to be doing native Steam Deck support, so the only thing stopping us from native Steam Deck support right now is we don't have the control mappings set up for the Steam Deck, and what I'm doing now actually is part of that. So once the Steam Deck is done and polished, then it shouldn't be too much of a stretch to go for another handheld. As long as it installs and launches, then we can make it work. Right, okay, concentration phase time. So we need to work out what we've pressed and what page we pressed it from, and therefore determine what page will be on naturally from having done that action. So we take our current page. Let's switch on that a minute. Okay. So if we're on the new game, and right, so on int. Okay, and then we need to set that. Right, so if we're on new game and set that, then that page would be main menu because we're going back. If we've pressed the other button, then we'll be going to the page I don't have listed on here. So I need to add more pages. But that's how it's going to have to work, isn't it? So if we're on the pop-up, that one's nice and simple because we're going straight to the main menu and won't ever go anywhere else. On the main menu, then we need our switch on int, which is going to be bigger. This is going to have all 7 buttons. Well, I guess 6 because quit doesn't need to be counted for this. Yeah, I think this is the way to do it. It's probably the most efficient way of doing it anyway. So if we press button 1, that's continue game, so we don't need it. So actually that can start at 2. The continue game just loads up the loading screen, so we don't need to change a page essentially on that one. Number 2 takes us to a new game. Number 3, was that multiplayer or tutorial? I can't remember. Tutorials. So new game, tutorials, then it's like multiplayer settings, credits. Okay. Multiplayer settings and credits. Okay, so I will macro this because this is going to get quite large depending on what different pages if we start adding to it. So we'll collapse that to a macro and we'll call it determine current page. Forgotten what the magic trick is to get rid of the words. Is it execute? That's it, execute. Right, and then both of these can just fire that teeny weeny macro to update the page. Top tip, by the way, I didn't learn this until recently, but you can get rid of both the input and the output text on these. So by default, it has output text, but if you change that to then in lowercase, it doesn't show anything. So on your macro, you just have an input and an output with no text, which is much nicer looking. So execute and then, they have to be lowercase. I should make that like a YouTube short, shouldn't I? Because I wonder how many people actually know that. Right, so all of that, hopefully, will enable us to go to start new mission and then press back. Hurrah! Though, now we can't move up and down. So we could... Oh, did it not set the page? So I think it, yeah, it thinks we're on the other page. Okay, well that worked. Right, okay. So we're, I was going to say we should be able to, we don't need to tell the menu what page it's on, because it determines that for itself via the button press. Oh, I know what's happening. I think. Hang on, do I know what's happening? I don't know whether it's processing the back button. So we've pressed apply, that one's working. We've pressed back. So if we're on new game, we've pressed right, okay. Right, because we don't have anything selected there. So what we have to do, we need to zero out the menu item when we go to a new menu. So otherwise we're kind of inheriting the previous menu's setting. So we apply, we determine the page we're on right now after having pressed the button. So where do we set this? Before or after? I suppose after. It's kind of the last thing we want to do, isn't it? Just zero out the thingy. So great, that means we get to add our output pin after all. Because if we do it before, it's always going to be 0, isn't it? Which means this one needs a 0. Because can't change this until we've set that. Or maybe we just do it from within the macro. I mean, that's probably easier, isn't it? Yeah, do it from in here. So we'll set our value and then clear the menu item because we're moving to a new page, so we don't have anything selected. Just need to make sure that we also hide the highlight on the main menu. Obviously it won't be a highlight in the long run, but for now. Which means again we don't need that. Let's give that a quick save. Don't need that. Right, so we should be able to go back and forth now with it recognizing what page we're actually on. So start new mission, back. Yeah, there we go. Start new mission, back. Okay, so it's obviously it's on 0, but it's highlighting where we left it off before. So by pressing down, it's going to go to continue. Because it was on 0, now it's on 1. I'm going to go back down to that. And does escape work? Yes, it does. Great. Okay. So, therefore, we need to make sure that on the main menu itself, when we change those inputs, yeah, whenever we fade the main menu, it doesn't matter which direction we're fading in, we want to make sure that we set visibility of the border highlight accordingly. So we'll do set visibility. Hidden. Yeah, hopefully that won't be hit testable. Right, so we're always hiding it whenever you click a button. And then whenever we set the position, we need to make sure that we do the opposite of that and reveal it again. So I do set visibility again. This time we'll make it not hit testable. So visible but not hit testable. Right, that should make sure it disappears when you go on and off of the main menu. It shouldn't appear until it comes back. So it's gone, comes into play, start new mission, back. Nothing there, press the buttons, it appears. Yeah, that's much cleaner now. Oh, the noise pattern. Oh no, I pressed the wrong button. No, that's not intentional, it's a broken texture. Oh no, who's running out of water? Luckily I have another one. So I guess we just need to go through each of these in turn now and just do the logic for each of them, which is no small task. So for these, I think I'm going to change these to up, down, left, right, so that we can handle sideways navigation. And treat it as an input, I suppose. So whether or not left and right is an input will depend on what page you're on, which means that we will generate a controller input action if it's relevant at the time. Like for these, it's always relevant, but up here, left and right could be relevant as a controller input action, but like it does different things depending on which page you're on, so I think we need to make that a little bit more agnostic. So next really should be down. So if we call that menu down, and that's menu up. So down, up, and then we need left and right as well. We've got those. Are they actually used? Doesn't appear to be. Not using anything. It's always good to check the reference viewer just to be sure. So we will update these accordingly. That one would be right. That one would be actually it's menu left and menu right, isn't it? Right. So we've got up, down, left, and right. We've got apply. I suppose, again, for consistency's sake, let's just add controller to these because the other controller ones have controller in them, so why not? That one's kind of universal, so we'll leave that one as is. Actually, no, it's not. No, it's not universal because we are actually only using it for keyboard or controller, so. I'm actually not convinced that that's needed. Oh, unless it's firing a line trace, of course, in which case, yeah, no, it would be. No, ignore me, that is needed. But that's not. Because we're using that with the controller, so... What if... So that one is mouse. Apply. And then these are VR controllers, so that would be VR left. Let's keep it consistent. Right, so you've got the mouse version, the VR version, and then we've got the controller version. I'll just keep the naming on these the same, just to group those ones together. Because the way we handle clicking is different depending on whether we're using like the motion controllers or the mouse or gamepad. Those are controllers anyway. So you got back, down, left, right, up. These ones are only relevant to the controller. And I don't think these should be in this folder really. Right. So that changes things a little bit on here. Okay, so we've got applying using the mouse. We've got applying using the left and right VR controllers. Then we've got the back button, and then we've got up, down. Oh yeah, and applying using the controller. Right, so now we need left and right. So that's controller left. Controller right. So that's going to be A on the keyboard. Keyboard A. And keyboard left. And gamepad left thumbstick left, and then gamepad D-pad left. Okay, and then controller right would be D. And right. Controller left thumbstick right, and then D-pad right. Okay, so we've got thumbstick up, D-pad up, W and up, down, down, S and down, A left, left and left, D right, right and right. Okay, that should pretty much cover all bases. And then escape and B on the controller for going back. Right, so now that we've made up, down, left and right more generic, that means we can then handle what that actually means sort of at the ground level. So now we are, what's wrong one? So now we're just doing they're named wrong. They need to update. What? Weird. I mean, surely that means that they now won't work. I'd be fascinated if they still worked. They still worked. Weird. They still work even though they're named completely the wrong thing. I wonder if that will update. In fact, let's close the pawn and then reopen it again. No, they're still called the wrong thing. Menu down, menu up. Menu control up. Let's check that this still works. Yep, still works. Don't know what's going on there. Let's just delete them and pretend they never happened. See, that one's wrong too. Weird. So basically now then we need to have 4 versions of this for up, down, left and right. So IA controller left. Left, right, a menu, right. Alright, so there's our up, down, left, right. And then obviously the page that we're on will then determine what these do. So if we're on one of the settings pages, left and right will then depending on which menu item it is, will fire input actions. Otherwise, it will just fire a controller, nav action. So these are basically the gatekeepers as to whether or not it's a input or a nav action. All right, it's almost midnight, and I think we're just about coming to the end of the stream, so I'll very quickly comment these just so that we're not going to forget what we're doing. The new default comment box color is kind of black. I don't know whether I like it. It's a bit too dim. I prefer the brighter one. Can't really see it otherwise. So this would be nav action global event. And this one is going to be input. I suppose a bit of a controller on there, just so that there's no ambiguity. Because future me will look at that and go, what is it? What are you? What are you doing and why? Right, so that's those. Yeah, and I'll do these ones separately once we've got them fleshed out, because otherwise it's going to be quite a mess. And yeah, these are very much going to differ per page. Right, we've got 5 minutes left, so let's try and make left and right. I think yes, because I don't have a save game first. It checks the save game to change the 1 and the 2 and the 0. Yes, absolutely. We worry when you're not around. Preemptive good night, Delta. Right, so left and right. So if we're on the new game, then we want to trigger a nav action. So yeah, let's borrow that one. So we only have 2 buttons, 1 or 2. If it's not 1 or 2, we'll set it to 0. So which one's the, hang on, let's go out and name this properly so we don't get confused. So this one is left. So if we're on 0 and we press left, then 2 would be the number we go to. If we're pressing left and we're less or equal to 1, then we go to 2. Otherwise we decrement that. And there is a nav action. Okay. So, new game. This one would be right. I do wonder whether or not I can make this into a slightly more usable macro, because if we can enter the min and max there, then I can totally make this a macro. Let's do that. So collapse to macro, and we'll call that determine next. It's not an element, it's a menu item. Oh, actually no, it's current, isn't it? Determine current. Right, so we need of inputs on here, so that can be exploded. Get that out of the way. Expand that out. Maybe not that far. Right, okay, minimum and our maximum. So minimum ID, maximum ID. And then we'll have a boolean for increment, because we can basically change this based on that boolean. So we pop that down there as a branch. We drag that all the way over there. Make it tidy, even though it's a macro. So if increment is false, then we're going to decrement. Otherwise, we will increment. Make her nice and tidy. Right, so that should handle that, and then so that one's always going to be the last one, so it's going to be the maximum. Oh no, no. So if we're not incrementing, so we're increasing the number, yeah. If we're increasing it, it's going to be higher than or equal to our maximum. So our maximum and then we also need our minimum, which will go into there, and then try and keep this monstrosity tidy. Okay. So if we are incrementing, we want to know whether we're higher than the maximum. Maximum. Minimum. Okay. Let's tidy them up. Right, so minimum, maximum. Right, and the same thing needs to be true up there as well. So we also want a copy of this. So if we are doing that, we need to select on there. This one should be slightly easier. And that can go in both of them just for simplicity's sake. So if it's true and we're incrementing, then it's going to be the we're not incrementing, I think we're going backwards, then from 0 we go to the bottom one, which would be the maximum. So you are minimum, you are maximum, and they do cross, so let's okay, so this macro should handle every single menu, depending on whether we're incrementing or decreasing the value. Yeah, I mean that should do it. Let's try replacing the other ones and see. So we're going to replace this entire graph with the macro. Won't delete it quite yet. So this is down, so we're incrementing. So yes, we're incrementing. We're on the main menu, so the minimum is 1, the maximum is 7. And then I'll use the same macro there on the main menu. So this time we're going up, so we're not incrementing, and we've got the same 1 to 7. Okay, so left and right on new game, minimum of 1, maximum of 2. Left is not incrementing, right is incrementing, 1 to 2. Okay, that should make life a bit easier when setting it all up. Let's give it a try, make sure. So up, up, up. Yep, that's working. My clickety-clickety's not working. Oh, it's because we didn't do controller nav action, that's why. Right, yes, we need an output on the macro, of course. Of course, of course. Oh no, it is on there. Huh? So let's do some spammage. So new game, main menu. Yep. Okay, let's just check that we are actually. No, we know we're doing that, so it's. Oh, look, we got back and back, that's why. IA menu controller apply. Great. So it wasn't a logic problem. That's good to see. Let's try that again. So up and down is working. Start new mission. Go back. Up and down is still working. Start new mission. Go back. Still working. And we don't have left or right on there yet because I haven't added that to the menu itself. So that would be something that we have to cater for on here. So when we go to the new game one, obviously the current page would fire here. In fact, let's just as a final thing, let's just see whether or not we're actually firing the right menu item. If we are, then the rest of it will take care of itself. That's working. Start new mission. Left, right, left. Yeah. So we're generating 1 and 2 when we go left and right. So it is actually firing through. It's firing through the right menu items, and it's properly looping left and right on these buttons. It's just not highlighting them yet because we haven't told it to. Okay. Well, we'll call it a night there because it's just gone midnight. Thank you once again for joining me on what is the tedium of working with UIs. Hopefully we achieved something there. Yeah, I'm quite pleased with it, to be honest. We got it working in 4 hours, so that's not too bad. I just now need to do the incredibly arduous task of going through and adding all of these options to every single button on the entire menu system, which is going to be a bit of a pain, but we'll get there. We will get there. Which means we'll have full menu controller support, which to be honest means we practically have full controller support at that point, so that's good. Yay for that. Alright everyone, I shall see you on Sunday for more Caravella fun. Have a good week, and I shall see you then. Bye for now.